The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out?
I think we need a little help, Junpei.
I need something.
Ask yourself, what do we need? What is the answer? The world blinked. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice?
Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh? What?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them.
Huh?
If he told them he'd heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was...
Oh, nothing.
He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei. He pressed the buttons. Welcome back to the final part of my 999 Let's Play. We're going to be finishing the game today. And we know what to do. That was it. Eight numbers blinked on and off on the display bracelet. Junpei checked one last time. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those...
Looks like it. Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt out in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so he wouldn't forget.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
With trembling fingers, he punched them in. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it.
No way!
What?
Why are you...
Oh? Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
It's always good to hear of you, Miss Snake.
Snake! You? Why?
Well, clearly he was taking a nap.
Junpei? And Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask.
Oh. Jeez.
Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back!
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red, and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
You're back!
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though. You did. I really thought you were dead.
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
Just hug your sister, man. Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you. In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours. Don't you love it when people do that? You'll spend so much time explaining something to them and they'll summarize in like a couple of sentences.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room. Do I have it straight?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine. There's a lot of stuff going on. We all need time to catch up.
Well then. I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X.
Oh god, no. We don't need Mr. X stalking the halls here. The situation is bad enough as it is.
Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me.
I mean, the answer is fairly obvious.
I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
I mean, there's only one possible time.
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Like I said, someone should have been with Snake. Clover, I'm surprised you didn't go with them.
Then that means it was...
All this could have been cleared up extremely quickly.
Zero.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Junpei crossed his arms and thought.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero?
Well, they'd be very stylish, for one.
I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Where did those words come from?
Just somewhere deep inside you.
Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them?
I mean, who isn't compelled to push buttons? Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He'd had no answer for him then, and he still didn't.
All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean?
His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think.
Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
And of course we were cut off.
There had been another experiment conducted on this same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The 2 murders. Switching clothes. The nonary game.
And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself, the maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. And the point connecting the dots?
Zero. He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
You're basically only asking to solve the biggest mystery of the game. Good luck with that, Junpei. Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it. Or perhaps...
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
5 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's perfect.
With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
To be fair to 7, again, there's a lot going on. So, you gotta take time to catch up.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
7 stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red, and an asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
All right. You guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Junpei paused for a moment.
Not yet.
Huh?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, all right? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
Junpei looked directly into 7's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded.
Fine.
I mean, may as well get all your facts straight before you go forward. 7 pulled down on the lever and door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed.
All right, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So, we knew that already. It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it.
I mean, you're not good at hiding things, let's be honest here. And anything you hide in those pockets is gonna stick out like a sore thumb.
I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
Well, you would be correct. It is certainly useful. She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to 7.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap.
Yeah, that works.
then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet.
5 plus 4 plus 0 equals 9.
Though the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever.
However, the door didn't open. The reds display read error.
I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register.
7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
It's not.
Let's find out.
Junpei, scan the bracelets with this combination. I'm slightly stupid because I briefly forgot the correct combination.
Let's try Snake, me, Clover, and Cap.
But yes. Ah, wait, I'm stupid. Well, that's one less thing I have to do. Snake plus Junpei plus 7 equals 2 plus 5 plus 7 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 4.
However, the door didn't open.
It didn't open.
So Cap's number isn't 4.
How about...
Proceeded to scan the bracelet with this combination. Wait. That was... Okay.
Let's try 7, me, and Cap.
Well, I am slightly sleepy when I started recording this, so mistakes are going to happen. But that's one less thing I have to do in editing. Snake plus... Apparently I can't read either. 7 plus Junpei equals 7 plus 5 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
I apologize for that mistake.
Hey, it opened! The door opened!
What? Why? What does that mean?
Both 7 and Clover seemed rather shaken. As they turned to look at Junpei for answers, the door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
7 plus 5 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
But doesn't it say 0?
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Yep.
Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up.
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is...
9.
Certainly looks like a 9.
That seems the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
It certainly seems that way. Junpei... Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it. Of course, I'm having trouble speaking in the final part.
Here, look.
Also, again, do you have to steal my notebook? Does no one else have one? Junpei leaned over to look at it.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake?
Interesting.
And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Yeah.
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yeah, he is every time that Akane has gone into an escape room, Santa is always never far behind.
Yes, that's right.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing?
Christmas cheer?
The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 and Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number, 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure.
7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
He read out the changes he'd made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
Possibly.
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time.
Yep.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0, if my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent and thought.
Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
Door 9 opened. They leapt through.
Oh, it's right there.
The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped.
Oh,
After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them.
all right. Let's keep going.
Alright. Let's see what Ace and Lotus had to go through in the other route. At the end of a set of stairs leading down to the ship,
I think these stairs go to the bottom deck.
they leaned out and looked over the side.
Looks dry.
Let's head down.
After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door.
Hey, it's a...
And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like there was some sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers. Was King Triton here?
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
Clearly, it wasn't going to open this door. So we've had every celestial body here, except for Pluto. Pluto never gets any love. And yes, I know some people consider it a dwarf planet. It is a real planet to me.
It's a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah.
After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they'd come.
Hey, another door.
A little more searching, they found a metal door.
And a card reader this time.
A symbol was engraved onto the card reader.
It's the Uranus symbol.
This is the place.
He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they'd found themselves in was full of books.
Wow! It's totally full of books!
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books, more the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority. I actually love places like this. I would love to go to a massive library like this one day.
Alright, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Alright, gang, let's split up and search for clues.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge. As he began his search, for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Alright, Junpei. Time to stand on your own 2 feet. Seek a way out. Welcome to the library. The second to last escape room of the game. And actually, probably the easiest one. Yes, it's easier than the first. But still a lot to talk. In fact, that's most of what this room is, just talking. You can probably guess why. It's a coat rack, like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats. A hat stand. You put hats on it. The handrail's made of metal. Whoopsies. There's a note on that table. Lights to the books. Huh, what does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself. It's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes, but that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear their voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. You would get along well with Riku. There's a note on top of the table. It says, "Lights to the books." Man, this thing is narrow. I feel like I'm walking across a tightrope. Jeez, Snake, aren't you scared? Imagine a wall of 20 inches wide that runs along on the top of a 10-story building. Could you walk along that wall, Junpei? No way! Then what about a balance beam in a gymnasium? Oh, well, that's easy. You don't find that strange? A balance beam is far narrower than 20 inches. So why is it that a balance beam poses no challenge to you, but the hypothetical 10-story wall does? The light can easily turn people into cowards. From time to time, a life in darkness can give you courage. That's a fairly good point. Sometimes just seeing something makes it infinitely scarier. Narrow parts of the scaffold overlap each other like a multitude of crosses. Do you think we should hold hands where there aren't any handrails? I'll be fine. I can feel vibrations in the floor that tell me where I am. That's not what I meant. Snake, she wants to spend time with you. She hasn't seen you in a while. She thought you were dead. Just spend time with your sister, okay? Some parts of the junction have handrails and others don't. Whoops. An overview of photochemistry. I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay? Huh. Looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books. Look, Junpei! I think there's something hidden behind the books. This is a brand new light bulb. Looks like a pretty high wattage one, too. A powerful light bulb, huh? This will be pretty bright. Well, there was a light bulb here. There isn't anything here now. Communication and computer science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about. This book is called Communication and Computer Science. Automated robotic assembly line techniques, huh? What's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh? No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Called. What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Interesting. Principles of Monkey Behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book describing, praxeology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionary, so I imagine the research was fruitful. Oh, look, Seven! Here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength. You're just saying that because it's got muscle. This book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Yeah. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy. Regeneration of internal organs. These books are all about human anatomy. What's a picture book like that doing here? It looks like it's about Little League. It does seem a little weird that it's so different from the others, huh? Maybe you ought to take it with you? Fundamentals of baseball. There's a baseball on this one. Come on, Junpei, let's see what's in it. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say it's probably a baseball stuff. Whoa! This is one of those pop-up books, isn't it? It says H-E-A-D. Head. You mean like where my brain is? Sure. Seems kind of weird to have a book with a pop-up that says head. There aren't any other books that look suspicious. Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is a book about the nervous system? I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time. I'm kind of curious about it, too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know? Dissection Atlas, huh? Oh, this whole shelf is full of medical books. Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you could grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Ancient gladiators. What's this one doing here? Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history. Yes, there is just a lot of books here to examine. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what this one's about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Go ask Goku or Vegeta. Well, technically they're not humans, but whatever. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful, and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. At least, that's what I read. I was rather young, I may have remembered it incorrectly. Huh? What the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? I mean, why not? Micrographia, huh? Ah, yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he had examined and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Creatures of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. Oh, I'd like to see that. Introduction to geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean. Kind of romantic in a way, I guess. This one says, transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up, or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. That was a weird cutoff for the text. Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. Mother Nature. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not, except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? Yeah, 7, sometimes it's hard to tell whether you're making a joke or not. The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. This is that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off somewhere near called Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period, research suggests that the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happened, however, is still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Interesting. This book is called, Mind Swap. You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Junpei that much. But I'd rather die than let 7 switch with me. What the hell? Like I'd even want to swap bodies with a little brat like... Hey, were you just imagining it? You were. Shut up! Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. I mean, you have to admit the idea is fascinating. You would have to think about it for a second. But, Mind Swap. Sounds like a reality show. It does. Also, it just sounds very interesting. I'm sure we won't come across a situation like that sometime in the future, right, Junpei? Teleportation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teleportation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. Time travel. Interesting. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon according to Chinese legend. Kitab al-Azif. Man, they got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name. It's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazred. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff. Oh god, the Necronomicon. Someone get Ash down here. And that was everything for there. It's a scaffold. Hey, it's another one of those kids' picture books. It looks a lot like the other one we found. Cowboys and... Yep. This one has some Native Americans on the cover. Hey, Junpei, take a look at this. Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa! Guess it's one of them pop-up books, right? Got the letters L, R, and K popping out of it. Can't make any sense out of them, though. Large, round, and kinky? Nah, probably not. 7, what the hell? And yes, if it doesn't look like there's an R in there, that is because this is a mistake in the model that's used here. Got a picture book here with the letters L, R, and K sticking out of it, huh? These books all seem to be about history. History of the medieval period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. A history of Buddhism. That's a... What was that reaction, 7? Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. But that's gonna be a serious inheritance tax. I guess. Permian creatures. Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention, most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of perms. That's got nothing to do with this. 7, what the hell? What is with you? What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. Hey, look at this. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep. Oh, come on, man. Greek mythology is cool. Like, so much stuff is based on Greek mythology. It is worth a read. This one's called History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you. You okay there, buddy? Maybe you just didn't read it or something? Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China, 4,000 years of history or something? Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. Whoops. This big opening in the door, this big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive. Almost looks like the door to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it and then a passageway beyond that. At the end of that passageway is a door with that Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up, we need to find the key with the mark of Neptune. Okay, this sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world. Man, it's like 7 and I don't even exist. Cut her some slack. This gate is huge. Well, it's not like there's a lock, so we can get out anytime we want. Still, it'd be kind of pointless to leave. I need to look around this place some more. This gate is enormous. Well, there's no point in turning back now. This book is called... we've been here. Energy theory, development of nanotechnology materials, interactions between shortwave energy and matter. What else have we got? Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache. Can't say fancy technology stuff and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me to sleep. Yeah, too much technobabble also kind of makes me a bit drowsy. Bookshelf has about things about like energy theory. Are property values going up in space too these days? Man, guess times are tough for aliens too. This one says cosmic inflation. This is like the jokiest 7 has been besides the friggin' operating room. All that's here is Faraday's law of electricity. God, I can't speak. All that's here is Faraday's law of what's this? I believe that's going to be about electricity in an electrolyte solution. These particular laws were set down by Michael Faraday. That's actually quite fitting that we talk about that, Snake, considering your name is related to that, but we'll get to that. Also, I know I butchered the pronunciation there, but whatever. Supersymmetric string theory in 10-dimensional space-time. They're just talking about superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how to explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations and harmonics of tiny supersymmetric strings. Because that's easy to understand. What's this? An overview of conformal field theory? Ah, well, it's a theory that posits an invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place. Knock it off with the science voodoo stuff. You trying to put me to sleep? God, Snake, you read a lot as a kid, apparently. Theory of general relativity, huh? Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right? Quantum gravity. 7, do you have any idea what this is? How about you start using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. What, is gravity not a real word to you? There are a couple of books on the shelf. One of these books is not like the others. One of these books doesn't belong. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Hey, what if we, like, switch them around? Switch them around? Yeah. If we move them around, maybe it'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot. Well. There you go. Open here, find bulb. How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order. Open this thing right up. It was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei! I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb. Alright, I think I got these set up right, and they say, open here, find bulb. Well, that's straightforward enough. I open this thing up, I get a light bulb. The light bulb looks like it's brand new, and it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light. There's nothing in here anymore. It is sometimes hard to remember where this is going to take you. Nope, we've been here before. The black hole hypothesis. Gamma ray astrophysics. I guess this bookshelf has an astronomy theme. Nope. Okay. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like this shelves all science and technology. Again, it can just be hard to remember where you've been in this room. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? There's another one like that over there. You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry. Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those. Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. God, Snake, you really are just... This room is just dedicated to proving how smart you are. This one's gold box conjecture. Conjecture? What's it about? Like, magic or psychic stuff or something? Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay? The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics. That's funny. Well, why is that funny? Yeah, Clover. I don't... What are you talking about here? It says Riemann hypothesis. What's there to hypothesis? What's there to why today? What is there to hypothesize about with a Riemann? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no, there are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack thereof. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Whoa. Snake? You may want to choose your words a bit more carefully there, buddy. Riemann hypothesis. Dadkind? What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Leibniz? This book isn't German. It looks like it's the complete works of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. If I remember correctly, it is something to do with the best of all possible worlds. Surely that's not relevant in any way here. Side note, go play the Blaster Master Zero games. They have a character with this name. And they're great. Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary? Well, they're all sort of mathematics and books and stuff, so I doubt that. Sheldrake? Sheldrake? Isn't Sheldrake... What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there's a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all of those things if you know where to look. This looks pretty deep. Yeah, Japanese folklore is no joke. It's kind of like Greek mythology in the sense that there is a lot of it. Agriculture and historical organizations and folklore. Hey, there's another one of those picture books here. Something about these things feels kind of nice, you know? Brings back good memories. I guess even people like Seven were kids once. No shit, you little brat. Hey, guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. Tales of Old Japan. It's got a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside, smartass. Whoa! Looks like another pop-up book. This book has an S, an E, a dash, and a number 5 sticking out of it. I might be impressed if I was a 5. Modern Japanese literature, huh? Let's see what we got here. So many books here. I wonder what this one's... Whoa! What's this? Warm? Oh, sorry. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Hey, what's the deal with this sappy stuff? Clover, could you, like, not... where were you even standing? Like, where were you standing that became a problem? Nope. Not yet. There are books here in all sorts of languages, but there's something suspicious about the shelf on the left. This bookshelf has a sort of glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there's only 6 books on it. That seems kind of weird. Hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it, though. The glass is all foggy. There's a couple of books on the glass shelf. From left to right, they say Volume 6, Volume 3, Volume 2, Volume 4, Volume 1, and Volume 5. Awesome. There's a lock on the glass door. Yep, won't budge. The glass door is a metal frame, and that's locked up tight. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you've got the right ones to open it. What the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Guess I might as well give it a shot. Yeah, the answer is extremely simple. It's just the order of the books that you just saw. So that would be 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. You did it, Junpei! Yay! I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylinder number lock. Feels like a light bulb. Pretty high wattage too, unless I missed my guess. It should generate quite a bit of light. There are books here in all sorts of languages. I can't read them. This iron plate is bolted down. I don't think it's a door. I think it's just a wall. Ah, I didn't want to get up here. No, I didn't want to go up here either. I thought for sure that there was like one line of dialogue. What's the day after tomorrow's yesterday? Tomorrow. What? It's just a scaffold. Junpei, what did you say? Oh god, I'm gonna have to come back through this room anyway for something, so I'll check what he said. These stairs go down to the bottom floor. Oh well. Scaffold for the top floor. It goes the way all 4 corners of the room. I could have sworn there was like a funny little dialogue with 7, but I might be mistaken. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Maybe if I put them on top of the stands. Alright, so there are 3 lights in here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should... Whoa. Those light bulbs really make a difference. It's pretty bright in here now. Wow, it's so bright now. It's almost blinding. Alright, that means we just have to do this. Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands? And then... Awesome! It looks like it worked. Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy. There's something projecting on the bottom. These letters. They seem familiar.
Sheldrake 5?
Junpei read the text out loud.
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
7 and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Yep. Junpei grinned.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, Lotus is smarter than you might think.
Yeah, what was it?
Like a lot smarter.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
You did? Why?
Well,
Junpei's eyes narrowed.
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly. Yeah, Snake, time to come clean, okay? We have no more time to dance around this issue. You gotta speak.
Ugh.
He'd finally given up.
Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor.
Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke.
I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well.
I mean, I can pretty much guess the reason.
To be honest, the explanation is quite simple.
Zero?
Zero told me not to. I had little choice.
Yep.
He didn't walk up and tell me, of course.
Well, I doubt he would.
He gave me a message engraved on a card.
Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper. Oh god. It's like Chain of Memories. We're just constantly using cards.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read.
Yeah, it's kind of convenient to do it that way. Because unless you can read Braille as well, you're just gonna have to take his word at face value for what's on the card.
Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well,
Snake nodded.
Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah, especially because she's a lot more, well, talkative.
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
Like, seriously, she even looks like a clam. She won't stop talking. Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves.
That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was.
You might be putting a little too much faith there. Snake paused and cocked his head, as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him.
Hey, Snake?
Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
Blah, 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 blah,
I
blah.
see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she?
Yeah, like I said, she's very talkative. Snake looked down, his face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei.
At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All
Is who did this and why, right?
Damn it. I looked away for 1 second. All that remains for us is to determine.
Yes.
I looked away for 1 second to check I had my notes next to me, and that happens.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Snake nodded slowly.
The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido.
Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names somewhere before. All of these faces sure seem familiar.
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonori Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah.
It's a little far-fetched at the first time you hear it.
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
Exactly. Because he believes in it, that's enough justification to say that it made him undo it. Snake nodded. Like, it doesn't matter if it exists or not. He's still doing it because he believes it exists.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding.
I would be surprised if I didn't hear about, like, a mass handstanding of 1 million people, like, at once. Like, that would probably immediately be online.
Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah, well enough.
Yeah.
Now, If there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on, there's no way.
So you're saying that they might be able to mind hack someone?
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
It would be a very crazy world. Junpei thought about it for a moment.
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, close enough at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Possibly. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
Interesting that you know that, Junpei. Very interesting.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise. Children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
His face barely moved as he spoke.
There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had one transmitter and one receiver. They were split perfectly.
Interesting.
As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9.
Maybe it's more likely for someone to have these abilities if they have a sibling.
The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind?
Oh, all the time.
It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. every detail was exactly the same.
Interesting. You don't say.
Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic in Building Q.
It's actually pretty smart when you think about it.
The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
That actually that unintentionally makes it sound like the children in Group A are all, like, dumb. Like they somehow can't solve the puzzles at all. Not even the really easy ones. I don't know, maybe I'm thinking about it too much, but it does make them sound like, let's put all the dumb children in this boat. The smart children go into Building Q, because they can definitely solve things. Again, maybe I'm thinking about it too much. Snakes sound defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him.
Huh.
Just as Junpei was about to speak,
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses?
well, it's comfortable up here.
Get down here already!
Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap.
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it?
As we all know, the news is... well, it's the news.
Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children.
Also, it's entirely possible a news channel could be bought off. Oy.
However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Aoi. The sister's name was... her name was...
Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if what he was about to say brought him great pain.
Her name was Akane. That was the girl who died.
Well, that's a punch to the gut. Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. That I swear to God, that was not intentional. I did not remember that's what the description was. His vision went blurry and his head felt light.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
I mean, there's one way to check. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, all right?
Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the reason.
I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. It says Sheldrake 5 on the bottom. Okay, seriously, what were you two doing down here? 7, Clover, could you seriously not find this? I know it's a big library, but come on, we were talking up there for like 10 minutes. Sheldrake, this is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess we should press this button. Boop. Oh god. I think we just found the Batcave. What was that sound? It sounded like something really big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. I already pressed that. I don't think I need to do it again. Do I? No, press it. Press it again. Every time. What am I doing? I can't be wasting time like this. I need to get to the top floor. I don't have time to be staring at books. I need to get to the top floor fast. Time to be screwing around like, to the top floor, double time. I'm amazed you had separate dialogue for each of these. Alright. I'm done. Wait, what? I don't have time to sit around rubbing an iron plate. Wait. Why am I shaking this cupboard? I don't have time for this. What are you doing? Okay. This is legitimately funny. I have this mental image of just like everyone running up there and Junpei suddenly rubbing the iron plate, shaking the cabinet. A table. Why am I looking at this table? I don't know. There's a coat rack. Why am I looking at a coat rack? Doesn't look like the gate's changed. Okay. I think that's it. Alright, this handle's gonna open the door for me. Oh god, my throat. Man, it doesn't matter how hard we pull, this thing isn't going anywhere. Looks like it's probably locked. The door won't move. It's gotta be locked. It's a thick metal door. There's a handle in the middle of it, though. Come on, door, open! Nothing. May as well try to open a wall. I know you're feeling kind of rushed, but you do realize that's pointless, don't you? It's not going to get you anywhere. There's only one thing we can do. Let's go. Alright. Man, who the hell comes up with stuff like this? There's a keyboard in front of the numbers, and there are 4 Roman numerals on the wall. It's gotta be a hint of some sort. XIII, XIV, X, and XIII. Those are all Roman numerals. Do you think we just need to put in the numbers from the wall on the keyboard? No, you can't. The keyboard doesn't have any number keys. And you can't type in stuff like 3 or 4. The And that means... So yes, it should be fairly obvious. Going by Roman numerals, this is... These two are 13. This is just a 10. And this is... 14. This looks like an output monitor. I bet the letters you type on the keyboard will show up here. Well, I bet you gotta type something on that keyboard. Yeah, but you can only enter letters. Well, it looks like you can only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. I guess you need to hit enter once you type in the letters. You can erase what you typed with clear. Okay, I got the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. So, following those Roman numerals, if we take into account hexadecimal once again, the solution is fairly obvious. Dead. Damn it! Okay, that's my bad. I forgot to hit the enter button. God, why am I screwing up today? What are these Roman... What is Snake doing? These Roman numerals, if you convert them to Arabic numerals, you'll have 13, 14, 10, and 13. True. But this keyboard only has letters, and we can only enter 4 letters. Then why don't you just convert the numbers to letters? Convert the numbers to letters? Yes, Snake, I know. I know. I just screwed up. I'm an idiot. Dead. I'm not used to the space bar being an enter key. That's really weird to me. Yay! You did it, Junpei! It's unlocked now! Good job, Junpei. You only screwed up once. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go, hurry up! A keyboard. Don't need to mess with it anymore. It says open. A table. Okay. So, does it say anything now? No, it doesn't. Okay. So we can just leave. But not through this door. It's time we got this over with. Damn it! I can't get it to open. This thing won't even budge. What? Why not? We put in the password, what else do we have to do? Then that means it's the other door. Alright, let's get this open. You found it. Slight note, just getting this out of the way. What happens if you pick the wrong options? Obviously, nothing important, but just in case you're curious, you press the buttons right, 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 left, left, left. That's wrong. You should know that already. You should know that truth means right. Left, 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 right, right, right. That's wrong. You should know that already. Gone means you leave, so it means left. Left, right, left, right, left, right. That's wrong. You should know that already. You should know everything. If you don't, then why did you bother to look at the bracelet? You already know that the darkness of the sinister hand is telling you to look at the bracelet on your left hand. That's why you looked at your bracelet, right? Sure. Right, right, left, left, right, left. That's wrong. You should know that already. Left, left, right, right, left, right. So yes, you just get criticized by yourself, I guess, for getting it wrong. And back to here. Again, we've basically seen what happens if you get it wrong, but let's just do it anyway. Get the last dialogue choices out of the way. Snake plus Junpei plus Cap.
Let's try Snake, me, and Cap.
Snake plus Junpei equals 2 plus 5 equals 7.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 2.
However,
It didn't open.
Cap's number must not be 2.
Then,
Junpei proceeded to scan with this combination. Snake plus Clover. Cap
let's
plus
try
Cap.
Snake, Clover, and Cap.
Snake plus Clover equals 2 plus 4 equals 6.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 3.
However,
Nope, it didn't open.
Then the number isn't 3.
Then,
Junpei proceeded to Snake plus Clover plus 7 plus Cap.
let's try Snake, Clover, 7, and Cap.
Snake plus Clover plus 7 equals 2 plus 4 plus 7 equals 13. 1 plus 3 equals 4.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 5.
However, the door didn't open.
It didn't open.
So it's not 5.
How about
Well, that's not what you said, Junpei, but okay. And finally, 7 plus Clover plus Cap.
let's try 7, Clover, and Cap.
7 plus Clover equals 7 plus 4 equals 11. 1 plus 1 equals 2.
If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 7.
However, the door didn't open.
Nope, it didn't open.
It ain't 7 then.
How about
So yeah, nothing special. Just thought I'd get all of that out of the way. So, just a little interesting thing, as I was going to get extra footage for the library escape room, one bit of extra dialogue I hadn't noticed, I found out while speeding through the game. If you try to leave the first part of the captain's quarters before checking on these computers, Clover will actually tell you not to. Junpei, where are you going? I was gonna pop over to the communications office and talk to Ace. You're gonna leave me alone in here? You could, stay here with me a little longer. There are still lots of places we haven't looked. Junpei, are you good with machines? There's this weird thing on the desk. Could you come take a look at it? The door to the communications office. And the moment it looked like I'm gonna leave, Clover looks like she's gonna cry. Junpei, please. The door to the communications office. Before I go... So, yeah, nothing special, just odd bit of optional dialogue that I found that I don't think many people would even notice exists.
By the way, Junpei?
So, back here in the library, real quick, for a fun little attention to detail, well, not really fun, just a neat attention to detail.
Have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
No, I haven't.
Junpei shook his head.
You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see. In theory, it is supposed to test for the existence of telepathy.
Oh. So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
So, I wanted to show this off. It's a nice attention to detail. If you go through the game and manage to reach the path to the true ending without having gotten the submarine ending, the dialogue will be slightly different. Because Junpei learned about the Gansfeld experiment in the torture room, which is only in the submarine ending. So, yeah, it's just I like when they account for that. The fact that players may not get that ending. And yes, I did go through the entire game again just to get to this point to show you that small change in dialogue. Granted, I sped through most of it, but whatever. The library is easy, it's just time consuming. Especially if you're like me and you make mistakes and misclick. The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it.
Alright, this is the next.
Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
Ugh, the door!
They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut.
Did that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Great.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it.
Basically, we went in to go out.
It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
They took a second to look at the room they found themselves in. Oh, God. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Junpei's heart fell.
No way!
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it.
Yeah, we got a double mission here.
All right then, let's begin.
Seek a way out. Welcome to the final escape room. The study. And fittingly, the name of the track playing is Nonary Game. Look, Junpei, the rust on here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah. How exciting. The back of that huge machine. Clover says she can see Elvis's face on it. Machine. Okay, seriously, where the hell is it? I can't see it. Really? See, there's a nose right there, and that's the hair. Yeah, sure. There's nothing there. Can't see the front from here. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we've solved in the other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. It's just a pile of junk. There's nothing useful here. The keyboard. Let's just tap a few keys, see if we can wake this thing up. Damn, no dice. Nothing happens when I hit the keys. There are 3 monitors here. The power's on, but there's nothing on any of the screens. There are 4 indentations on the desk. I wonder if I'm supposed to put something in them. Damn it! Looks like this thing's locked. It's not moving. Well, it's pretty obvious how we're supposed to open it. It's so small. I wonder what that is. I've got no idea. Some kind of little machine. If I turn it upside down, it looks like a robot with his eyes popped out. small machine. I messed around with it a bit, but I couldn't get it to do anything. Messed around. Didn't know you were into that kind of thing. Maybe you'd have better luck if you got to know it first, Junpei. You guys are jerks, and it's still not working. Really, guys? I still have no idea what this thing does. A mouse. Nothing happens when I mess with it, though. It was like the mouse. Squeak, squeak. I knew that was coming. This seems to be the sort of room where someone conducted experiments and research. Do you think perhaps, this is a laboratory mouse? I think that's the worst joke I've ever heard. A mouse. Nothing happens when I mess with it, though. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I don't think you can hear me. Junpei, stop messing around. Really? Oy. That's a pipe. There's a cabinet underneath it. There's a small cabinet under the pipe. These fans must be for ventilation. I can see walls on the other side of them. There are metal bars in front of the fan openings. I don't think we can get out that way. Oh, would you look at that? There's a piece of paper in here. What have you found in there, Junpei? Looks like someone was working on a solution. It's got some handwriting on it, too. The 9-panel cross puzzle. This document says 9-panel cross puzzle first draft on it. It was found in the filing cabinet in the small cluttered room. Since this says first draft, then presumably it was improved upon in a second draft, then a third, and so on. 9 panel cross. 1. Find the sum of the numbers aligned horizontally and vertically. 2. Do not calculate the areas that are colored in. Base plus A? This one. Yup. There's nothing in the drawer anymore. There's a whole buttload of drawers in this cabinet. I wonder what the hell this thing is for. There's something on the front that looks like a compass. Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there. Ah, now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I saw the puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. The same thing? I just need to match the directions of the compass with the routes on the map. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm going to use the wheel attached to the side here. What are the routes? I don't know. What the hell? Well, I'll just give it a shot. If it doesn't work, then I'll look for some clues. Okay, let's get started. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. Looks like it probably works the same way as the steering wheel in the wheelhouse. Touch to the direction I want it to turn to, the compass will turn in that direction. Then I just press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to. That means something will happen if I can turn it right. Alright, let's do this. Let's not. Let me get the clue first. This monitor is part of the machine. It's really dim, though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. No matter how many times I look at it, all I can see is a map of the world. Hey, Junpei, I think we saw a map near the entrance, didn't we? Maybe you could compare the map with this thing, and that might tell you something, right? Near the entrance. Alright, let's go take a look. Later, Clover. I must stare at this map. Clover said she saw a map like this near the entrance. There's a panel on the side of the monitor that looks like it's covering something. There are some monitors hanging down from the ceiling here. Hey, Clover, why don't you hang off those monitors? No way! Why should I have to do something like that? Oh, I get it. You're gonna try and sneak a peek inside my underwear, aren't you? That's impossible. How can I see inside them? What? You pervert! You're a dirty old man! Well, hey! Lay off, alright? I'm not an old man. You should be saying you're not dirty. Clover. Okay, first off, once again, Clover is 18 years old. But second off, Clover, he's only 3 years older than you. Yeah, Junpei's not an old man yet. There's some monitors hanging down from the ceiling here. The metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. I've got a bad feeling about this. I don't think we're gonna find a relaxing sunny garden on the other side of that thing. Oh, come on. What the hell are you so scared of? Let me handle this. Ah! Damn it! Damn thing won't budge. I have to admit, I'm very curious about what might be hiding on the other side. A sort of shutter. It's locked and we can't get it open. A pipe. Let's run into this box over here. Whoops, didn't mean to click that. A steel cabinet with a double door. There are some pieces of red paper in the middle shelf on the cabinet. There's something written on these pieces of paper. Looks like we got 3 sheets of this stuff. Oh boy, do you enjoy Morse code? The Morse code chart. It was found in the steel shelf in the small cluttered room. It has a Morse code key for the letters A to I. The short mark is called DIT, made by tapping the button. The long mark is called DA, made by holding the button down. You got 3 of these. This is for letters J to R. There does not seem to be a pattern that determines which collection of dots and dashes are assigned to each letter. And then finally S to Z. A pipe. A pipe. A pipe. There are 3 pipes here. Give me a P. Give me an I. Give me a P and an E. What's that spell? Pipe. What the hell are we doing? You're doing the best joke ever. Ventilation fans. We can't go through them. There are piles of crap everywhere. This is a pretty impressive mess. If we try and search every one of these, we're gonna be at it till the cows come home. Well, that doesn't seem too bad. We won't have to go bring them in ourselves then. Don't you get smart with me, kid. How about we deal with this area later, okay, guys? Maybe we should try something more promising. Don't have the time to go through this. These monitors hang down from the ceiling. Each screen shows a room on the ship. This thick metal door is blocking our way out. It's locked and I can't get it to open. The card reader. It says lock. Not gonna be able to open this door until I found the card that goes to this thing. Alright. Side of the machine, the rust makes it feel rough. So. Now that we've gotten all that out of the way, time to actually, solve these puzzles. Which is actually fairly simple. First off, get this. A ruler that's attached to the drafting table. Look, Junpei, this is what I was talking about. Clover's pointing at the drafting table. Just like she said, there's something on it that looks kind of like a nautical table. Let's see. A drafting table. Looks like it's being used quite a bit. A light that's attached to the drafting table. It's got this little metal arm that holds it up. A nautical table from the study. It was found on the drafting table. The faded line on the right edge must be connected to the line on the left edge. Yep. So basically, boop, 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 and then right over here. The way ahead is fairly clear. So let's deal with this first. Well, you've got the nautical table, Junpei. The rest ought to be super easy then. Yeah, you can count on me. No, I don't need the instructions, Junpei. I know how to do it. Alright, let's give this another shot. So, the direction you need to go is south, west, southeast, northeast, east, north, and then east again. Yay, you did it, Junpei! Good boy. Who's a good boy? Knock it off! Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It just kind of slid open and something came out. Oh, yeah. I heard a noise, too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know? A noise, huh? A metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a symbol that looked like a steering wheel engraved on it. I already solved the puzzle in this thing. I don't need directions. Nothing happens when I turn it. I'm not an actor, so I don't need to be directed. I wonder what sort of dye reaction Zero needed to get Snake's robe to look like that. It's really quite fetching. Like I said, it is very likely that Junpei is bisexual. I don't need to bother with that anymore. The metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black neon. Alright, let's open it. Oh, holy shit. It's pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. Coffin. Coffin. Oh, man. Seven think... Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way. Could this be... I'm sorry, but what's going on? It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it. Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. Oh man, I hope Morrigan is in it. There's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All ice. Ah, the two machines. Ooh. Holy shit. Man, this is serious. Ah, well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand. Okay, I got it. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open. Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something. Yes, I believe it's locked in some other way. Hey, Seven, do you think you could open it up with your superhuman strength? No, What's wrong? I think I'll just pass on this one, okay? What the heck? Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge, beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? It doesn't have a lock that I can see. There's a metal plaque that says, all ice. Yeah, we'll get back to it. For now, we need to actually solve the puzzles themselves. So, this puzzle will involve this. Take a good long look at it and see if you can decipher what it is actually saying. You got it? Well, you can always pause the video if you need to. There's a control panel in front of the big screen here. Wonder if any of these buttons do anything. There's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Ah, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, the ones next to it turn on or off. You just gotta use that to make the all cells on the right and the bottom green. Hey Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You wanna take a look at it? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle? It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. But thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all the cells all green. Before I do that, maybe I should... Is an advanced version of the 9-panel cross-puzzle plan 1? Maybe I can look at the... Oh, wow. So, she didn't even give me anything. touch a cell, the cell I touch and the ones next to it will change. So I just had to touch the right cells and make the all cells all green. Okay, one more time. So, yes, I'm just gonna not mince words here. I hate this. I hate this so much. I have not really seen anyone properly solve this without just trial and error. Because the way you actually do this is by kind of doing some calculations and seeing what does what. But I hate that. This is competing with the Pushmaster for my least favorite puzzle in the game. I despise it so much. I know it's the final puzzle room, but this is, this puzzle is just a little frustrating in my opinion. And so for that reason, I don't give a shit. I just wrote down the answer. Because screw this. Let's see. Oh god. Alright. The way you solve this, click the 5, then click the center, then click the top left. There you go. You did it, Junpei! You're so smart. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected from you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Yeah, the puzzle sucked ass. I'm sorry that I'm being negative here, but I truly despise that puzzle so much. Again, I've never really seen anyone solve it in the way they probably intend you to. Just through trial and error. Just by clicking the damn buttons until they eventually solve it. Whoa, whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. A metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. Control panel for this thing. Nothing happens when I press the buttons. Another screen says all in green. Thank you. I'm trying to press the arrow. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the screen at least. Huh? What's this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communication office. Morse code. Yeah, the dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. Ah, I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I'll run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, it'll enter a dit. If I hold the button down, it'll enter a da. Once we enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. I'll just switch through the code sheets I've got by touching the 3 icons over on the right. Alright, let's do this. So, it should be fairly simple to guess what the answer is, but to be honest, you don't even really need to guess. The answer is what you saw on the screen. You literally just have to type in what that was. And what that was I, C, and E. Ice. That your hint for this puzzle is mainly just what the solution to the other one was. All ice. I see. It seems you have solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode. Ah, yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah, yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. What? A metal plate shaped like a shield. It has some sort of weird pattern engraved on it. I don't know how to describe it. Considering where I found it, it's probably a code. Control panel, pushing the buttons on it doesn't do anything. The screen is showing the Morse code for ice. Alright, fine, I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. There's gonna be something horrible in there, I just know it. Okay, okay. Deep breaths. Here we go. Well, that was anticlimactic. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in here. There is something in there, though. Well, two somethings, actually. What is that? There are two things on the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we've got a plate with an emblem on it, and... The Neptune key! Yes! We finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway! That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important, though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as this other thing goes... Metal plate shaped like a shield. It has a sort of cross-hatch pattern on it, like a waffle. The waffle pattern looks just like the lid of the coffin. There's nothing in the coffin anymore. Well, only one last thing we can do. Alright, I put the emblems into the 4 indentations on the desk, but... Huh? Nothing's happening. Wait, what's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right, the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number. 1 steering wheel, 2 cross, 3 mysterious circle, and 4 waffle patterns. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order. That order, huh? Alright, that's simple. Let's just drop the emblem with the steering wheel in here. Whoa! Well, now that we've got something on the monitors, at least. What's that? It's like some kind of puzzle. I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected, and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause that ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you've moved all the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number for that area. That's it. I still don't really get it. Whatever, like they say, practice makes prefix. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see you solve the next one. Then you can make fun of me. So, this puzzle is fairly simple. It's basically just, well, it's what we've been doing throughout the entire game. The balls are basically us, people. And these are basically just the numbered doors. We just have to get 3 to 5 of them in each door. The only ones we cannot use are red ones, like the number 9 here. That said, we do have to use all of the balls. We cannot leave one behind. Ah, God, I needed a drink for that. So, this is simply a case of math. What combination will get into 6, and what combination will get into 3? You cannot have less than 2. And you cannot have more than 5. So. Uh-oh. So, the correct solution to these, for the 6, we have 4, 5, and 6. And then we just put everything else into 3. Whoopsies. I forgot you need to collect, you need to click this in order to assign it. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There are still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? Next is the cross. Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen. This puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one. Yeah, but there's more of those red balls you can't move. The numbers for each area are different too. Looks like it's got the same rules as the last one, though. Sure you don't want to double check that? No, it'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright? So, same thing. But now we have a 1 and a 7. The answer to this, for the 1, we put in 2, 3, 6, 8. And for the 7, we put in 4, 5, and 7. That's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it. Next is the code emblem. Put in the emblem of the secret code. Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though. Don't you think you should double check it? Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. I'll be fine. So this, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Ah, shut up! Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. This time we have 2 7s. The answer should be fairly obvious. This time we have to put in 4, 5, and 7. And for this one, 2, 6, and 8. Excellent work, Junpei. You've only got 1 left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And next, the waffle. Let's see what happens when I put the emblem with a coffin into this indentation. This is the 8th one. The puzzle looks a lot like that last couple. I think this is probably the last one. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright, I'll solve it in no time. So, for this final puzzle, you may notice something. If you do the math here, there is no way we can make this work. We cannot get all of these into both doors 8 and 9 with our current rule set. We are lacking a 1, a 3, a 6, and a 9. We only have 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. The thing is, we need at least 3 in each door. So how do we make this work? Well, it's actually fairly simple. Put all of them in door 8. The rules never say that you need to go through both doors. That was certainly the case for the previous 3, because you had so many that you needed to do that. But in this case, it never specifically said you needed to go through both of them. Put everything in door 8. Huh? Where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions! Damn, Junpei, good job! Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe. All the emblems are in indentations. That's boring. This drawer's in the bottom left corner, on the other hand. I'm a little curious about the drawer under it. Oh, look at that. There's something in the drawer.
A picture.
In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men.
What the?
Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before.
What the hell is this?
This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the Zero bracelet on his left arm. And the second man, with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man. The one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit.
Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Yep, that's him, alright. 7 and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too.
As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested they were close, at least to some degree.
And they look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
This should be fairly obvious, Junpei. Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
Yeah, Junpei, did you not think to check the back of the picture? Junpei flipped the picture over.
Huh.
There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Nonary Project, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido.
Huh.
Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured that could only mean he'd written the words on the back himself.
That means Ace, the 9th man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
It's almost as if you already knew already, Junpei. That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising.
Why? Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But then why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he had already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his head that, yes, of course Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him.
Hey man, are you the guy who trapped me and my sister and almost put us in some torturous experiment? Just wanted to check.
Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, You were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago.
To be fair, it took a fair bit of convincing for her to tell Junpei, so it might have been safe.
I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Seven shouldn't have known their real names. Or shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet.
His eyes were red and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
Yeah, Junpei... I'm with Seven on this one. When someone is trying desperately to remember something, either you help them with the information they need, or you just don't talk at all. Because saying almost anything could derail their train of thought. He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashiro.
Side note, someone try saying those names 10 times fast in that order.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nonary Project.
Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Well, that's convenient. Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo. From the right, the other 3 are Musashiro, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashiro was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a pressing question.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Now, Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, alright?
Just bullet point it for us.
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
God, trying to explain a long story in a very short form is a nightmare, any way you put it. Like, try explaining the plot of either Kingdom Hearts or Metal Gear in some way, in some short form. Like, not go into any of the nitty-gritty details. It's terrifying to think about, actually. Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type.
You don't say.
I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told.
That is a good mindset, actually.
That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. The bags... There was something about the way they moved as they were carried.
Wait, I'm sorry. Listen closely. Maybe it's just me, but I think I'm hearing two different music tracks playing at the same time. Like, I'm hearing the very tense music, but I'm also hearing another track in the background. I think that's a glitch. Okay, moving on.
No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding, with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week.
Nice rhyming.
That what you want? The fish here would love a meal.
He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that.
There it is. This track is playing in the background for some reason.
I woke up on a hard floor.
I almost feel like this track is not supposed to be playing. I will be right back. I am going to save the game and reload this. Maybe it'll fix it. I will be right back. And we're back, and this track is still playing for some reason. Okay.
Damn it! Shit, my head hurts.
Oh well.
I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down. Huh. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long.
This is so distracting, and I don't know why it's happening.
Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, Probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. Huh. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold on. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then...
We get this lovely scene again.
Yeah! How do you like that, you son of a bitch? I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside. The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. It wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees.
So yes, we're essentially retelling some of what Seven told us in the confinement room, but in more detail. But now it's actually getting to new stuff.
I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then, there was a voice.
Of course.
What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror, and all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls, all the same size.
Of course it had 9 walls. Because why wouldn't it? Also, I think the music glitches fixed itself, hopefully.
Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were, the kids I'd been searching for.
Oh, look at all of them. How adorable. You should probably recognize all 4 of these ones. There's little Snake. There's little Santa. I mean, who else would have that white hair? Fine. There's Nona.
They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent, for the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually.
Yeah, you're kind of intimidating, actually, Seven.
Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kinda cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I should probably mention this right now. The characters occasionally don't seem to understand the word incinerator or incinerate. You have to remember this game, most of the characters here are Japanese, and the alarm seems to be speaking in English, so that's probably the explanation. Obviously, that's gonna get lost in translation.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator. Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done.
Damn, Seven, you are talented. I can barely tie things within like any reasonable amount of time. You managed to make a rope out of that thing? Just like in a very short amount of time, might I add.
All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right!
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said!
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit from the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Yeah, explanations later. Escape now.
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. First one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
Ah, that's a gorgeous face you got there, Ace. Nice close-up of your eyeball.
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury.
How can you look half mad?
I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope.
Yeah! God damn it. Again, Richard Epcar's acting just makes me laugh. It's good, but it's just like... It's so hammy at times. Also, I'll give you this, Ace. You have some style. I'll give you that.
It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope.
I like the suit.
Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me.
No! No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster.
What an eloquent way with words you have, Seven.
I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. No point to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. A plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there...
Yeah, that's not good.
No, that's good. Let him get burned.
That meant we'd better... We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up and up. Our feet pounded the steps, our arms pumping fast. We went round and round and round like the devil was on our tail.
I mean, he basically is.
The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane. Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Nobody answered him. Thank you for cutting off that dialogue, Seven.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too, and so did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go.
Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait!
I don't think the kid even heard me.
Fuck!
I spun around to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail.
I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? You got it?
The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. But the boy...
I'm going with you.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me.
Okay, real talk. How did you lose her? Weren't you all grouped together? What did she, like... What did she vanish without you noticing? How?
We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
Unless she was at the very back of the group, but... God.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Seriously, dude, you sound like a Saturday morning cartoon villain sometimes. Like, you're a horrible person, but also some of your lines would just fit right in at a cartoon.
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator. Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside.
What, did he literally jump in?
And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But
Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door.
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes.
Oh god, the cycle repeats.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please help me! I'm really scared. I don't want to die, please. I don't want to die.
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise!
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something... burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer he feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please?
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me.
Side note, Seven, that was the short version of the story? Seriously, what details did you leave out?
I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero?
Oh, no, not at all.
I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
All right, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother. But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now.
You sure about that, Snake? I don't know. This probably would have been more convincing if young Santa had a different voice actor for those scenes, but yeah, I'm sorry. He sounds exactly the same, just slightly higher pitched. I don't think I've ever actually listened to the Japanese version of the game. Maybe he sounds different there, but even that I have a hard time believing it.
I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection.
I don't think your hearing is that exceptional in this case.
As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back.
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
That Zero really needs to clean this place up.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, all right? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary Project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge, and had even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence.
What?
And then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit! Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In the drawer that had held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
New material has been added to the file screen, and we have key card 0. A key card with a 0 in the middle of it. 0. 0. God damn it, Zero's just screwing with us, isn't he? The 0 card. Maybe... Whoops, wrong one. An old picture. It was in a drawer of the desk in the small cluttered room. It is a picture of the 4 people who created the Nonary Project. On the back it said the following: praying for the success of the Nonary Project with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. In case you wanted a better look at that. I don't need to search this. I don't think I need to go back to the desk. Just in case there's some, like, leftover dialogue. You never know. Apparently not. Just a pile of junk I don't... Okay. So much for all that. Wait a minute. I don't think I need to search the coffin. Oh, come on, Junpei. This thick metal door is blocking our way out. It's locked and I can't get it to open. Alright, let's just swipe this card. Junpei, look! It's unlocked! Yeah, now we can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei. We don't have much time. Let's go. The card reader says open. Alright, let's go. You found it. Gee, I hope that doesn't show up in the recording. The door opened and they stumbled into the library.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway.
This exit needs the Uranus card, too.
Straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
They slid the key card through and the door rumbled open.
All right, it's open. Let's go.
Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. Just a little reminder here. Ace and Lotus went through this door in the previous route, the safe ending or Zero lost ending. And I'm really wondering what that was like, because they had to have gone through the library and the study in order to get the Neptune key to progress. And I can only imagine that must have been utter hell to, like, trying to keep a hold of Lotus while trying to get the light bulbs, the books, doing all of this. I don't know, it just sounds kind of funny to picture. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it.
Okay, Neptune Key, let's see if you work.
Before we move on... Huh. We don't have it. Oh, we do. We now have the complete set of map. But one notable thing about this map is this burned section. That is entirely... It's entirely possible that that is actually the incinerator. So a nice attention to detail, even though you're probably not gonna ever check the map. He turned it.
Yes! I think it unlocked.
The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque.
It says incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
How redundant.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. Pull the lever, Junpei. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste.
Let's go.
As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then suddenly, there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
Jumpy, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking toward Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace.
How did we not see him standing there with the gun? Like, seriously, I know the incinerator is big, but it's also open. How did we not see him? He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed desperate. They want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that.
I mean, most people don't like being at a disadvantage.
You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual. Or at least it was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that,
Good question.
Junpei couldn't say. He just knew. Another unexplainable mystery.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me.
I mean, to be fair, he can't really answer you. He doesn't know either. Not yet.
This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First is 1. Give me your hand.
It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well.
8. And with this...
Then at last, he reached into the pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red.
9.
The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The ninth man. Kubota's bracelet.
1 plus 8 plus 9 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
Junpei's eyes flicked towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Yeah, that's real convincing there, Santa. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either.
What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it. Game over, yeah.
What? Why isn't it opening? One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red.
Now open!
He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? That digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver, because he's a complete moron. It was just below the red.
Now!
Seven chose that moment to act. He had moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. Oh! I can only imagine what that was like. It was over before they knew it.
No!
In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain.
Ugh.
Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Lotus, I don't know about you, but if I were you, I would have taken the opportunity to kick Ace in the face. Maybe it's just me. Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit.
Agreed.
After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Oh.
Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital root.
1 plus 9 equals 10, 1 plus 0 equals 1, and so on.
Which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki.
It's always so convincing, or rather, it's so cathartic to use someone's own words against them.
While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me.
Nice impression there, Junpei.
But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
And you mean to say... Snake is still alive?
Yoo-hoo, over here.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Well, at least you know that you're kind of a piece of shit. Ace's self-derision was frustrating. But Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle, which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest.
Ow.
One blow was all it took. And then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace,
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it. But why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Junpei took it and opened it.
Let's see.
This is what it said.
Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. Zero.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first.
Which is kind of odd, but my best guess as to how that happened is that it means Zero changed the location of the pocket watch, probably, so that Junpei would find it first instead of Ace.
That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
Because otherwise Ace would have just found it right away.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left with him was the truth. Or what energy he had left with him was the truth. And he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap.
Well, like I said, when a bunch of unexpected things start happening, you tend to kind of panic and not think things through.
But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurishiki. I was one of the kids in the nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's two things you got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero.
What?
You don't say.
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary.
I'm now imagining you with extra long fingernails, typing away at a keyboard and talking on the phone all day.
But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say two things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurishiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
She's gone. She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurishiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head.
Ugh! Oh, my head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop!
Seven! What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just... Oh! I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
Ah, man. Sounds like someone's got a bad case of ice cream headache. From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
That's a pretty big mistake to make. That almost makes me wonder if maybe it was intentional. But who knows?
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb.
But I'm not playing. I'm very dumb.
You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia?
He's not very subtle about it.
How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed?
Reasons.
Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo?
No, he seems like kind of an asshole.
And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
I mean,
Well, that's...
the answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in two, like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also Zero. No, that's not true. I'm not really Zero. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than Zero. Zero is my future. In 9 years, I will be Zero. Where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover... Oh, shit.
Freeze.
Santa's got the gun. That's... You could just quote this game with this one line and immediately confuse anyone who hasn't played it. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. Guess he's going for the door, huh? Doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but...
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
Oh, you mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
Well, I hope someone brought playing cards.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
7, Snake, you guys still went through the casino past door 5, right? Please tell me you brought the cards.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
Set off fireworks?
No. No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit. We've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright. We can do this. I've just got to... No, it's not going to work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Is there any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. Also, because you don't have your own notebook for some reason. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see.
What?
Well, that's unfortunate.
And there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she's figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Yeah, we're not gonna leave you behind.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
Oh, hell no.
God damn it, you idiot!
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without, if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, all right?
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
Bad?
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Uh-huh.
Jeez, man.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, all right? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
In 7's terms, basically, you may be an asshole a little bit of the time, but you're our asshole. We're not letting you die just like that.
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however,
However,
I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but...
Yeah, he was having a bit of a temper tantrum over there.
I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier, at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
you think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums, I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him, and we became one, inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
That was my brother, Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. A Around me were the 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long, straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. "I want to go home," she cried. "I want to go home." Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the nunnery game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around him.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q, and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say.
Now, don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time, it was the only one. But if there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors!
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already,
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
my brother Ahoy swallowed hard and answered.
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
A plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7.
Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent away from the incinerator and slid down into the wall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Oi, Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who had gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized...
Oh no, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
I knew I had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back. I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me, I was sure of that. But I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me, up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back toward the stairs and freedom... The door to the incinerator opened, and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly...
Akane!
The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came 7 and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo.
You came back!
I cried out. But then...
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator.
Ah!
The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the door, toward the open 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the 2 other doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice.
Help me!
My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Then it started again.
Warning. Warning. Emergency Incineration Command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit. Man, I knew what I was gonna say, but there's one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
If that doesn't just sum up the whole game. That one line just could sum up a good chunk of the game.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise. I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But...
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Later, Lotus.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
Well...
God damn it! Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing!
How the hell?
Good God, you 2 really are a married couple.
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. What else can I say about it, but...
What the hell is that?
What is that? What is that?
What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on this screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. God, man, I wish that thing would shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
Hey, we're all tense, Lee, but that doesn't mean you get to shove people around.
Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Sure, I'll just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Huh. Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
It's got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle...
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle. How do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again.
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Shit. 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face. A frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long has he been watching me?
Don't know what to do?
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice.
Okay, I'll be more polite about it. You're a raging asshole who deserves to die.
I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. I ran to the door with a 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the room.
I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Yeah, I actually have to slightly agree with him here, Akane. He literally just said it.
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Ace, it's terrible. I understand that, and you have my pity for that. But it does not justify doing this type of shit. Not in the slightest.
Now start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow, I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out.
What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. There scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it were pounded itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here?
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit!
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
That's her. She's there. Then that means...
Akane! Akane!
Are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa meant.
Right. There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
I think I get it now.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
Yeah, we kind of don't have time to mess around here. It's now or never. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is... Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
The voice reminded me of how much time I had left.
Jumpy!
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, all right? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, all right? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way!
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now, let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order, so I just need to switch these out. Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Just think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
Seek a way out. Welcome to the final puzzle. It should be fairly obvious what you have to do. You need to swap out the numbers down here for some of the letters up here. Again, should be fairly obvious what word we're trying to make here. Swap out that 1 for a P. This 3 for an S. This 5 for a W. And this 7 for an R. Success! Please enter password. And now you have to enter the password. What is it? Well, what else would it be? 9. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8.
Yes, that's it! Akane, did you get it?
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did! Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Push the damn button!
Okay, I will!
I hit the enter key.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
Holy shit, Ace was telling the truth.
Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying, enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Whew.
I can't quite believe I did that. But I am so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane.
Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Like this is some sort of casual conversation. Sorry, I'm gonna have to hang up the time travel phone.
Oh, of course, that's fine!
I'll call you later. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were the 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give to someone who just saved your lives, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay?
Ah, shut it.
Right. Okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Yep, that's an appropriate reaction. What the shit? Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again, and again, and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck is it this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course. That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then, door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Holy shit. Of course. Then we just have to put the right number into the red and...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Time to leave.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this one or we're all fucked. Alright, no time to explain, just go.
Quick! Verify your numbers on the red!
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Do it now! Hurry, 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 hurry!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no time to be happy. Time to go.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We still gotta find the dead. Conveniently, it's right there. Count that under situations I never want to go through again.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Yeah, that's also an appropriate reaction. Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane? Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
I buried my face into his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go, and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I'd passed through the door, my bracelets, had begun the countdown to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it.
Ah!
I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who we'd called Seven in 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
All right, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Aoi was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar Seven and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Time for more running. But if they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is Seven talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
Yeah, dude.
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B, C, D, etc.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16.
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19.
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22.
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Oh.
Yup.
Q.
26!
And what does that mean?
Wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase q!
Yup.
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
As a slight note, if I remember my information correctly, 9 and Q are basically pronounced much the same way in Japan. So, in a sense, the note was also a deliberate hint in that respect. Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. You can also figure out this twist if you remember the fact that they said the bracelet with the 0 on it was actually a letter O. And like they said, in hexadecimal, O would be 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. So that's why it ends up being a 6. Who knew hexadecimal would be so important to this game? Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop, don't have time. Come on, legs, there can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run, run, run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally! Finally, that sound is done. I love my anime panting.
Whew.
Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together, you're almost there.
All right, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're finally here!
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Aoi whispered.
Yeah!
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. So how far away are you from shore? You gotta do a lot of rowing. Yes, finally, air. God damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh, gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait,
No way.
you've gotta be shitting me.
What?
It can't be.
This is...
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
the mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Yup. Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. To be fair, this is the only thing that makes sense. The gigantic sank. I don't think I have ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip. Like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. Yep. None of our main 8 characters were ever under any threat of exploding. The only one who did was Kubota and Nijisaki, because that needed to happen. Other than that, everyone was fine. There's even a couple of points where they say it feels like it's been longer than 81 seconds while they're searching for the dead. It's a little bit of an indication there.
Akane.
Akane's not that cruel.
Jumpy!
Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. And that is 999. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Probably one of my favorite visual novels ever. There is a post-credit scene, and we'll get to that. But I just love this game so much. The cast of characters, the artwork, the puzzles, while they are simple and easy for the most part, there are still some that could occasionally trip you up, but most of them also feel fair. The only ones that I truly don't like being the Pushmaster and the one where you needed to press buttons to get the letters all green. Other than that, I was fine with them. Now granted, my first time playing this, I also played the Nonary Games version, so it had the flowchart. Thank God. Otherwise, this would have been truly hellish. But the writing is utterly brilliant. The foreshadowing is all over the place, even down to the characters' names, which I'll talk about in a bit. And the voice acting is fantastic. Like, I've seen some people immediately decide to play this game in Japanese, and to that I say, play this game in English. You will be surprised at how good it sounds. I have to recommend this game to anyone who wants to take a crack at it. Of course, if you've watched this...
Are you okay?
Of course, if you've watched this, then you'll have seen basically everything there is to see, so... Don't know why I'm telling you this. Either way, go play it for yourself. Or on a side note, if you're someone who likes hunting for achievements, then these are some easy games to also get all the achievements in. So.
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look then?
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute at first.
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
God, how are you not, like, groaning in pain, Junpei?
What does that even mean?
Junpei grinned and...
Oh, ow, 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 ow.
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing had us a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building, keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive.
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
I agree.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
What laws are you gonna break by driving out in the desert?
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up.
Great. How did Clover get... How did she get to drive? Did we do like a bunch of rock, paper, scissors and decide that way?
And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Oh, shit. God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. Sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we had run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. They deserve to die. No one should ever do that, or at the very least, they should get the shit kicked out of them. What the fuck? What kind of fucking piece of garbage does that? The moment when we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them, furious.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
Okay, yeah, Junpei, you were entirely justified. I hope you at least got some good hit on them. Then he jumped on them. Like, I hope you at least kicked one of them in the balls. Multiple times. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big, swelling lumps.
You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
I asked him. He stuck his tongue out and through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out.
Yeah, I guess I coulda.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Honestly, same.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, like, if you see someone doing that, like, I'm sorry, if I see someone doing that, all bets are off. I'm kicking your ass.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies?
Yep.
Yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind.
They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits.
Okay, seriously. What the fuck is wrong with those kids?
I couldn't forgive them for that, so I...
How have they not been locked up already?
Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Some stuff? Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary Project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. Looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore.
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
You can at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
All right, so what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little nosy.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. And during the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Bourdain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question.
Yeah, you're kind of sidestepping the question here.
Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Okay. Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it. at the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soparin. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. Now I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is, for you, doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Well, that's awkward.
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Congratulations, Junpei. You are now just her toy.
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this. It me. So we always together.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight up into my eyes and said just 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat bathed in the warm light of evening, just the two of us leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one, the lights of the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and it's also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June in the comic. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now, as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what 7 remembers? Snake makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But 7, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or, wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's only one other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, 7? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look! Over there! There's somebody next to the road.
What? Hmm?
Well, that raises questions. The burning gaze of the Nevada sun poured down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. End. And that is the end of the game. Most specifically, its true ending. Thank you, Spike Chunsoft. So, normally that would be the end of the Let's Play, but I have just a few extra things to discuss. Basically, just some little fun facts and Easter eggs, but I also want to talk about the meaning of the characters' names and how they occasionally provide some foreshadowing. Mainly the real names, because I already discussed their code names in part 1. But as I mentioned, I just couldn't mention anything about their real names for obvious reasons. The first thing I want to talk about here, though, is the escape room. As you've seen, anytime we enter an escape room with the adventure mode on, it has a flash of Junpei's eyes opening, and there's a blue background in the background. That was a redundant way to say that, but whatever. But if we enter it in adventure mode, it's just the blue background. However, now that we have obtained the true ending, that is not what I wanted to do. Oh. Well, this is why the flowchart exists.
Alright, this is the next.
Now that we have attained the true ending, if we start an escape room while in adventure mode, or rather, while in the novel mode, after getting the true ending, we will now see the young Akane's eyes, since the novel mode is from her perspective. I'm briefly considering what else I needed to talk about here. Ah, yes, I know where to go. Return to the title screen for the next set of things. Next, we have the preview. I had these show up in the last part, and they're basically rather self-explanatory. They are just these little, well, they are basically just small previews you get at the end of a playthrough. Or rather, after you've gotten an ending. Preview A is essentially, well, Preview A actually acts as a hint of how to get to the route that accesses the true ending. Preview B acts as a way to hint at how you get to the safe or zero lost ending. Even showing you, like, sort of the type of escape rooms and scenes you need to get to. Granted, Preview A also very oddly shows you a specific part of the axe ending scene, so that's a bit odd. You can only see the previews once you've actually, like, well, seen them. Memories of the Escape. This is a way for you to replay any and all of the escape rooms that you've beaten. You only get this unlocked after you get at least one of the endings. And, like I said, every escape room. Also, for some reason, the way they're organized is very specific. First off, it organizes it in the way of the route that gets you to the true ending, from the third class cabin, then to the second class, all the way up to the study. Then, from the first class cabin, all the way to the cargo room for the safe/zero lost ending. And then from the shower room, confinement room, and torture room for the submarine ending. That said, you never actually need these three. The only thing in this game that is required for you to get the true ending, aside from making the correct dialogue choices and door choices, of course, is to get the safe ending or zero lost ending. That is it. You are never required to get the knife, axe, or submarine endings. As such, the shower, confinement, and torture rooms are entirely optional. In fact, the shower room is specially optional since you can get to these through door 2. You only get this if you pick door 3. Now, you may be wondering, why would I want to play the escape rooms again? Like, I can just go to the flowchart and pick them from there. Not to mention, I've already solved them, right? And the answer is, I'm not sure. I actually have no idea why this was created. The only reason I can fathom is if maybe a friend wants to play the escape rooms but doesn't want to go through the story, and so you could just hand them the game and be like, here you go, here's the escape rooms, you can go through them without going through everything else. That is the only thing I can think of. That said, there is one unique aspect about the escape rooms in this version. Under normal circumstances, when we picked up this red key, it would begin a cutscene. It feels like something happened here. Whatever it was, I can't remember it. Oh well, back to my search. So, yes. That's a bit of a change. Anytime there is a voice-acted cutscene in one of the escape rooms, it will be skipped over. With Junpei either just saying he doesn't remember it or that something happened. I am not going to record all of these because that's just more editing for me to do, and there's nothing particularly interesting. But, now that we've gotten through all that, I can finally take this time to talk about the character names, as well as some bonus stuff. If you don't care about this, you can feel free to qualify it as the end of the video if you want. Let me take a brief sip. So, let's talk about the characters' names. First off, let's start with number 1, of course. Ace, aka Gentaro Hongo. And I had to write all of this down, of course, because it's a little too much to remember. The parts of his name can essentially mean foundation/basis and hometown/village. Gentaro can also mean source/origin, senior, noble, and son. All of this is fairly fitting for him. Next, we can talk about Teriyaki Kubota, number 9. I figure we may as well get through Ace's partners before moving on to the rest of the players. As far as I could find, and I had to do a bit more digging for some of these characters than others, Teriyaki essentially can mean illuminate or reflect, which I suppose could refer to his glasses, but more so can refer to the fact that you reflect back on what he was saying and his actions, and it helps illuminate a bit of truth about Ace. Meanwhile, Kubota is 9. It can also be pronounced, like I said, as Q, and essentially can mean the 9th month. How fitting. Meanwhile, Nagisa Nijisaki. Nagisa essentially means beach or strand, water's edge or shore, lull or sand, depending on the kanji, of course. And Nijisaki, as far as I could find, the first syllable of Nijisaki means 2, which is quite appropriate considering he was replacing Snake. Although I really couldn't find anything else about the name. I'm not sure if it is a real name, because the thing that kept pulling up was the Nijigasaki High School from Love Live, and I know that's not related at all. Next, Musashido. His first name, Kage Chika. Kage means shadow or shade or other side, while Chika means near or early or akin or tantamount. All of these are fairly fitting, along with him being in the background, is the whole other side of the bracelet. Basically, with it actually being a 6 in a sense. And Musashido, the first syllable of Musashido can essentially mean nothingness, aka 0, but it can also mean 6. That's fairly interesting. Next, the sibling pair, Snake and Clover. Would you believe their names are Lightfield and Cloverfield? Yes, Clover's code name was literally just her first name. She wasn't very subtle about that. And I should say that this applies also to the Japanese version, where her code name was Yatsuba, or Yotsuba? I'm terrible at pronunciations. But in both versions, her code name is just her first name. She's not great at keeping secrets, is she? As for their names, apparently, according to a Q&A, which revealed that their surnames was Field, it apparently was because their parents had a sense of humor and gave them pun-like names. Aside from the fact that they can both access the morphogenetic field, it's also a reference to a light field, which, quote, a light field is a vector function that describes the amount of light flowing in every direction through every point in a space. The space of all possible light rays is given by the 5-dimensional planopic function, and the magnitude of each ray is given by its radiance. Michael Faraday was the first to propose that light should be interpreted as a field, much like the magnetic fields on which he had been working. The term light field was coined by Andrew Gershon in a classic 1936 paper on radiometric properties of light in 3-dimensional space. So, that's a thing. overall, it's just fairly fitting. We even brought up Michael Faraday in the library. As for Clover, aside from possibly being a reference to an actual field of clovers, it could be a reference to the film Cloverfield. By the time she was born, the film was already out, so it would not surprise me. Next, let's mention the other sibling pair, Aoi and Akane Kurashiki. These ones are rather interesting. Aoi means hollyhock, which... God, my notes are everywhere for this. A hollyhock is a plant which was historically the symbol of the Tokugawa shogunate in the form of the triple leaf Mitsuba Aoi. But his name is also a homonym that means blue. Meanwhile, Akane's name refers to a red dye, and it can also be translated as rose or madder. You notice a theme here with red and blue, and this was kind of everywhere in the game. Just for an example here, you remember the red and blue suitcases and their keys in the first escape room? And the red and blue notes associated with them? The hints were everywhere. To the point that, if I remember correctly, one of the suitcases, I believe the red suitcase, the digital root of its password is 6. Meanwhile, if you add together the numbers of the password for the blue suitcase, the digital root is 3. Because of course it is. This also brings up another point to mention. Akane's code name in the Japanese version, Murasaki, as I've mentioned, essentially meaning purple. Wouldn't you know it, it's just like Musashido. The first syllable can mean nothing, or nothingness, or 0, and can also mean 6. Meanwhile, their surname, Kurashiki, can essentially be broken down to Kura, meaning warehouse, storehouse, or granary, and Shiki, meaning ceremony, ritual, or function. Considering they stored everyone here in this enclosed space and were essentially performing a special type of event, almost like a ceremony or ritual to save Akane, I would say it's fairly fitting. Additionally, I needed to bring this up here again about Akane's color. The whole purple motif actually is quite fitting. She's not only is she wearing purple, but when talking about transmitting and receiving through the morphogenetic field, typically the transmitters are usually represented by the color red. And Akane was mentioned as being a transmitter, while the receivers were usually represented by the color blue, which represents Aoi here. And it's not just them. Even Clover and Snake fall into this regard. Clover's main colors are red and pink, which is essentially a light red. Meanwhile, Snake, in his normal attire, you could say that his primary color is blue. But Akane, her main color throughout her attire is purple. At least aside from her younger self where it's pink. But in her main attire where it's purple, that's a combination of red and blue, referring to her ability to be both a transmitter and a receiver. And she's not the only one. Junpei's outfit is contains red and blue. referring to the fact that he also has the same ability. This stuff is everywhere. Now, as for Junpei, his name is nothing that special, honestly. It essentially means honest or pure / affectionate. It can also mean plain, flat, even, level, calm, peaceful, or even ordinary, average. So yeah, he's meant to be the everyday protagonist. What do you know? Now, Junpei does have a surname. I am not going to talk about it here, because there is a very specific reason I can't say it. Moving on. Next we have Lotus. According to the Q&A, her first name is Hazuki, which essentially means month of leaves, which is on the 8th month, August. Meanwhile, her surname, Kashiwabara, can mean oak field or field of oak trees. As a side note, the Q&A also revealed the name of her ex-husband, Ichiro, which means firstborn, aka 1. What do you know? 8 plus 1 equals 9. And like I mentioned, both of her children, Nona and Enna, are named after 9. That's all very fitting. As a side note, thanks to the Q&A, I now know why she is dressed like that. As it turns out, one of her hobbies is belly dancing. So that's why. I'm not joking. But at least it's some explanation. Everyone's got their hobbies. And finally, we have 7. Who I don't have anything to say about 7, really. Because to this day, 7's real name has never been revealed. Not in any future games, and not in any Q&A, supplementary material, nothing. The only thing that has been revealed about 7 is his face. You may have noticed during the flashbacks that he doesn't have the scars he currently does, and the game obviously didn't show how he got them. According to the Q&A, he got them during the course of the 9 years between these nonary games. Apparently, due to fighting some powerful global organization. It doesn't explicitly state what the name of this global organization is or what they're attempting to do, but based on the events of the next 2 games, it's theorized that it has to do with a specific organization introduced in those games. We'll get to that. Other than that, 7 is, in a weird way, arguably the most mysterious character. To the point that the game seems to imply that either he's suffering a case of his memory just kind of being out of whack because of Akane being a literal case of Schrodinger's cat, either being dead or being alive, depending on the route Junpei chooses, or that he may have just been in on the whole thing. And in the Q&A, Uchikoshi keeps it deliberately vague and leaves it up to the audience to decide what they prefer. Which, speaking of that, if you're wondering how this is working for Akane, it is basically what I just described. It's Schrodinger's cat. If Junpei makes the incorrect choices, then it leads to a timeline where Akane did die in the incinerator. But in the true ending timeline, he saves her, so she lived. This does effectively make her a walking paradox. And it actually makes me wonder what the case is with the timelines where she doesn't survive. Does the timeline get affected by this? Leading back to that Q&A, two other things to mention. The first is that if you're wondering about the submarine ending, if Ace escaped, as I can't remember if I mentioned this, the answer is no. He basically got in the submarine, and the submarine does go down, but it just leads to a dead end. So he very likely did not escape alive in that timeline either. Good. The other last thing to mention from the Q&A is that while Seven's real name has never been revealed, Uchikoshi did give him one. According to the Q&A, he stated that his real name is, quote, Stefani Johann Angelina Germanata. For those that don't know, this is the real name of Lady Gaga. He probably meant it as a joke. But knowing Uchikoshi, I would not be surprised if it ends up being revealed as Seven's actual name. It would be absolutely hysterical if it was. But until then, I'm going to assume we don't know the real thing. The last things to mention is that really, there's actually two other things. The first is a bit of foreshadowing that I mentioned way back in part 1. As I stated, the DS version of this game actually had a demo. In the demo, you had Akane appear with Junpei in the third-class cabin, the first escape room. The thing is, in a weird way, this was foreshadowing, since even in the main game, Akane is there. We just don't see her. Young Akane is there watching through Junpei. However, there's one additional piece of foreshadowing about it. When Akane first appears in the demo, a specific music track plays. The name of that track? Who is Zero? They were being very upfront about it. And speaking of Akane looking through Junpei, I want to bring up the hilarious little factor that I've thought about during this whole time. Since Akane had to see the events through Junpei's eyes, and this meant that she had to recreate the events exactly as she saw them, down to the last detail. This is why the optional escape rooms and even the submarine exist, just because of the possibility of Junpei going down that way. However, this means that she probably had to prepare for every possible alternate choice of dialogue that he could make. And that just leads to the funny thought that maybe she and Santa may have rehearsed their lines for every possible eventuality. And that just makes me laugh. Especially in the case of the infamous elevator scene. Because that essentially means that Akane knew exactly what was going through Junpei's mind during that whole misunderstanding. Meaning that she was either very uncomfortable by the scene, or that she was playing along and kind of toying with him, and possibly struggling not to laugh. I don't know what... That just makes me kind of giggle at the absurdity of it. And finally, the last thing to mention is that there's actually a novelization of this game. And there's not much to say about it, honestly. It never released outside of Japan. That said, the novel is most likely non-canon to the games, or at the very least, a completely separate timeline from them. It has some rather notable differences, if you can find an unofficial translation. Most notably, the entire book occurs along only one timeline. The fact that not everyone actually makes it out, specifically Ace does die, so, you know, the bastard got what was coming to him. The fact that Santa is actually Zero in the novel, not Akane. And while she did suffer a death, she basically still got brought back thanks to Sansa's actions here, organizing the whole thing. The fact that Nona is actually given more of a role in the plot, suffering a similar fate to Akane, nearly drowning. And the fact that the final puzzle is changed. We got the little changing out the letters for numbers type of puzzle at the end. In the novel, it's a Rubik's Cube. Bit of an odd puzzle, but arguably the most difficult of the bunch it could have been. Which also brings up another topic. The final puzzle in the original DS version is also different. It's a Sudoku puzzle. And the way you solve it is actually to just turn your Nintendo DS upside down. There's obviously not really a way to replicate that. Well, I suppose you could have had a button that just like click it to flip it. But for whatever reason, they changed it to this, which has been a controversial choice, but honestly, due to having not experienced the original DS game, I don't mind it. Granted, that's also been another complaint about this version, is that the DS version's twist was a little more effective about Akane being the narrator, because Junpei's perspective and everything happening was on the top screen, and the narration by Akane was on the bottom. So to suddenly have it talking directly to you, the player, was quite a shock. Like I said, due to having relegated that to adventure mode and novel mode up there, they instead switched it to Junpei vision and Akane vision when they were switching back and forth, as you saw. Personally, I don't mind the changes. But yeah, that's about all I have to say about 999. I love this game to death. It is one of my favorites, and personally speaking, it is my favorite of the ZeroEscape series. Virtue's Last Reward is also really good, and Zero Time Dilemma is good but flawed. I love the series, but the first one is particularly special to me. And if ZeroEscape ever comes back, I hope they go to a similar style to this. The artwork, the more grounded narrative, at least to a slight extent. And especially the characters. I just love it, and if you've never played it, please do. Play these games. But yeah, there's not much else to say. If you enjoyed this, leave a like, comment, subscribe if you want to do all that. I would greatly appreciate it to have anyone watching these, just so I can share my love of this series and any other games with people. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and have a good night. Wait, one last fact I forgot to mention. Last little bit of foreshadowing. That's what happens when you have all your notes out of order. And that is the fact that the bracelet password that Junpei uses to open the safe and the coffin, 14383421, according to a Q&A by Uchikoshi, if you multiply it by 9, you get 129450789. And while he played coy about what that meant, it basically is implied to be the bracelet numbers of everyone involved. So, Ace, Snake, Clover, Junpei, Seven, Lotus, and Kubota are all fairly self-explanatory. But this also seems to imply that June's or Akane's bracelet number isn't actually 9, like Snake theorized, but is actually 0, which makes sense considering she actually is 0, and that Santa's true bracelet number is actually 9. It ultimately achieves the same results, but again, it's a nice attention to detail. Okay, have a good night.